And we are back, racing fans. 19 hours, 45 minutes left to go in the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju here at ORL. And somebody tapped the glass a little too hard because they woke me up. So I am back here to fill the airways with my voice. And hopefully not spread the commentator's curse, because that almost happened to Russell Harrell there. Took a little bit of a spill coming up Radion, but here on the Kemmel Straight, able to keep the car between the lines. Jordan McGonigal for Toga Esports, the number 45 Ford Mustang P32 for them right now. Looks to be like they are going to be defending their position against, or they're going to be defending their position from Jordan Roche. So it is the battle of the Jordans right now, as we did see the car of Felix Weiler in the pits there, off to the side of the screen. We do see Jordan behind the 901, trying to catch up to Jordan in the number 45. Both cars with different engine configurations, so both of them having their own sets of strengths and weaknesses. The Ford Mustang arguably better on the straights. And by arguably, I mean if you think the Porsche's better on the straights, then you probably haven't driven very long in ACC. However, the Ford Mustang better on the straights, the Porsche much better in the turns. And anything bendy and windy, the Porsche has a much bigger advantage compared to the Ford Mustang. However, what is a turn but just a curved straight? I mean, who's to argue that? Actually, probably a lot of people. A lot of people would probably argue that. What do you think in the chat, race fans? Let me know. Both Jordans fighting it out, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, going side by side into turn 5. It looks like Jordan Roche is able to get out ahead in the Porsche, making that Ford Mustang eat his dust. However, Jordan Roche now has his eye sets on the BMW in front of him. That's number 71, driven by Mika. Mika, however, trying to catch up to Ronnie Hansen in the number 577 in front of them. Less than 1.5 seconds between Ronnie and that Ferrari, and the tri-duo, or the tri-duo. Doesn't even make sense. The tri-fighting bulls of Jordan and Jordan. That's some violence there. As Micah unfortunately gets spun around, and Jordan Roche has a little bit of blood on it, a little bit of engine coolant and oil on his hands. So that may be something that the stewards are going to be taking a look at. There is also a yellow flag for the number 618 coming into No Name. As we keep an eye on them. Ronnie Hansen, with a clear rear view mirror, is able to set his sights now on the car in front of him. That is Jorgen Verlinden in the Ford Mustang, taking a slightly weird approach and going for almost a cut, like a switchback, but not necessarily needing that happen. That causes Ronnie and Jorgen to collide there a little bit. Jorgen going very deep into the turn. Number 414 maybe giving up the spot and unfortunately colliding. And I don't know what it is with the Ford Mustangs, but I guess they have like magnets on the doors or something, but they just like connected with each other there. As we see them line up single file going through, or collecting themselves at the compression zone that is at the bottom of the hill of Eau Rouge, excuse me, and going up the blind turn of Radion now onto the Kimmel Straight. Side by side, the two Ford Mustangs go. Who wants it more? The number 45 does as they get ahead. And it does look like number 414 also has to give up another spot. So they're going to be losing 2 spots there. As the number 901 slips on in through turns 5, 6, and 7 to recover a spot that they lost earlier. Menro asking, how's car 274 doing? Let's check in on them right now. Car 274, driven by Hayden Puddock for Baller Squad Racing in P13. It does say Nathan Smythe Adams on my board, so I believe that Hayden handed off the car to Nathan Smythe Adams, so I believe it is going to be Nathan in the car right now. Unless Nathan handed off the car to Hayden, therefore, one of these is wrong. Someone's got it wrong, and I don't know if it's me. But they're doing pretty well. Top 20, top 15, P13 right now. A move almost happening there, but maybe getting finished here at Radion. Oh my goodness. That BMW just came screaming on by. As we look back, Jorgen Verlinden giving up a couple of spots. Mika Romanchuk excuse me, the number 71 BMW a little bit farther ahead now. And I don't know why the camera keeps switching. Camera person, please stop. Thank you. As we do see the blue flags fly, letting the cars know that there is a lapped car coming up behind you and you must give space within 2 sectors. Oliver Janssen asking, is P1 streaming? I don't know if P1 is streaming. Usually they're allowed to like post up on our Discord like their stream, like their self-promotion stream. Like, so if they are streaming, they usually are allowed to post it. But I don't see a stream for the number 224. I'll actually double check for you right now. We have the car number 696 streaming. We have... Let's check this car. So we have a couple of drivers that are posting up their streams on the chat, as we do see Jordan Roche along the inside trying to make a move on the number 45, but the number 45 thinking a little bit ahead and getting that switchback. Now the drag race down the hill. Who wants it more, the Ford or the Porsche? Ford versus Porsche. The Ford is a little bit farther ahead because they are able to get a little bit faster because of that very strong V8 in the front. So Jordan Roche is going to have to use the Kimmel Straight and the slipstream that Ford is giving them to try to catch up and keep up. But going back to the cars that are streaming, this is the number 450. So no, it does not look like the leader is streaming. Still on board with the number 901, driven by Jordan Roche. We're going to move down a couple spots, though, because we do see some battle happening. Ronnie Hansen now P31 fighting against Joe Stammet and Mika Romansuk. Mika losing a couple of spots there. However, trying to stay in the fight, the number 71 BMW P32 for them. A little bit of front end damage there, but a little bit of rubbing won't hurt nobody. Oliver Janssen, 696 is our car. That's Team Valkyra. Ah, so you are part of Team Valkyra. Welcome to Odyssey Racing League. And the 24 hours of Spa. Speaking of those 24 hours, 19 minutes and 32... Y'all can't see how disappointed I am in myself right now. 19 hours and 32 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa here, presented by Odyssey Racing League. Still on board with the number 71 BMW, and we're going to stay on them for a little while, keeping an eye on them. They unfortunately had a little bit of a tumble down the standings due to a driver swap bug. However, we're going to hopefully see the Phoenix rise from the ashes and see them on a great recovery drive. Oliver as well asking, what is the pace in the front? So right now, the pace at the front, speaking of the front, a battle for the second step of the podium. Michael Romagnoli, the number 164 Aston Martin, on the back bumper of Chris, number 14 Lexus. And speaking of pace here at the top, the drivers here are doing about 2:17.5. The fastest being Michael Romagnoli here in out of the top three, 2:17.290 for him. However, these are also not usual, are not complete. Valid, there you go, that's the word. They're not sometimes they're not completely valid, so they might get a fast lap, like the fastest lap, but it might not be a valid lap. So it'll still show the time, but it won't be valid. However, the fastest valid lap on track goes to the number 47 Aston Martin, P24 for them. That's Jack Humble right now in the car for Sky Simsport. The Sky Simsport Aston Martin, I believe, was at the top of the standings, top top 5, even top 3. But it looks like they also took a tumble. The number 47 Aston Martin as well, plagued. I don't know if there's a plague going around here, but it sounds like there's like a plague of the driver swap or the driver bug going around. So a couple of drivers are unfortunately losing their positions that they are fighting very hard for. But it is so commendable and respectable to see them still trying to complete the race. As we all know, anytime you get to the end of an endurance race, so as long as you do not get a DNF, you are a winner in my book. Gonna be bringing you all the battles here on our screen. Cameron Hunt trying to make it happen here at turn 14. Excuse me, turn 17. Blanchiment, that Aston Martin now of Ricardo Diana, able to get out ahead. Ricardo along the outside. The battered and bruised Aston Martin has to give way to that Ford Mustang with that screaming V8. It has to contend with that other V8 in that Aston there. Another V8 as well, the AMG. That's the 999 AMG driven by Stefano Battistella. All of them, all of the V8s relatively the same size, or around 5.3 liters. Unless the AMG takes it from the C63 engine, which is a the C63 AMG, which was a 6.3 liter V8. So I believe this is either a anywhere between 6.1 to 6.5 liters. Inside of that AMG. So as of right now, we have unfortunately had 3 teams that have had to retire due to technical difficulties. So right now we are, 5. We had 47 drivers that have started the race, 19 hours, 26 minutes left. We have 42 eligible drivers, 42 eligible vehicle cars and teams for the prize pool. In case you didn't know, racing fans, this is the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. That's not the poster we're looking for. That's the poster we're looking for. It is the 24 Hours of Spa. It is a 1,000 USD prize pool. It's going to be split amongst the top 3 top 3 teams, so the podium placers, and 2 randomly selected teams from all of the cars that finish will also be receiving a prize. But something that we also do here at Odyssey Racing League is league racing, of course. It's in our name. So we do have GT Americas. That's Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We also have GT Europe, which unfortunately I do not have the card. I apologize. I'm gonna get mad at the person who made the cars. It was me who made the cars. I'm so sorry, it's my mistake. We do have GT Europe. That's also Sundays at 8 p.m. Central European Standard Time. And we also have GT America's After Hours. That's Thursdays at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So those are some of the things that we offer here at Odyssey Racing League. And we do live stream all of our events here at the YouTube channel. So if you do follow us here on YouTube, hit that notification bell and subscribe. You will know when we go live for our next race. And you'll be able to join in on the fun as well. If you would like to catch us on Discord to keep up to date with all of our news and upcoming events as well, you can find us at discord.gg. discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. You can also find us on Patreon. patreon.com/Odyssey Racing League. And I wanted to do a quick shout out to our patrons actually, because without them, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights running. All of the donations and monies that we receive from our patrons, and as well any donations to our PayPal, go straight back into the league, into server costs, prize pools, and bigger events like this, so we can host multiple events in different games, not just ACC. A little bit more about that later. But a quick shout out to our patrons: Matt Hugh, Julius Tan, Nicholas Woods, Abdul Rauf, Derek Anderson, Joel Price, Jose Hernandez, Nate Schreiber, Neil Bareboats, Sven Goose, Jose Kaiser, Phil Cryotheos, Robbie Sorta Asian, Marcos Pimentel, and Dean Solomon. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your patronage. Again, without you, we wouldn't be able to keep our lights on. The number 141 trying to make a move along the inside of the bus stop. As we can see, they are almost bumper to bumper, hitting each other in the tires, popping out the elbows. The BMW in front is... That's the BMW of Piet. Yeah, Piet of Valkyra Performance is the number 696. As we can see, both cars now heading down the hill into the highest part, or the highest compression zone of the track, and then up the hill into the blind turn known as Radion. Now down the Kimmel Straight, we do see the number 696 getting a better exit, and able to get down to the end of the straight a lot quicker. Robin Schatzel for Power Drive Racing in the number 69 Porsche. Trying to get a very nice slipstream here on Tom. Tom in the 71 BMW. Robin in the 59. Shutting the door on the nose of the BMW, but able to make it stick and keeping it between the lines. Robin now moving up in the P15. Still the battle on our screen. Robin in the number 69 Porsche on the back bumper of Tom in the number 847 McLaren. Both drivers in different classes. However, we do not stop them from fighting. We let them fight. Oh no, I think that's number 847 taking a wall ride. Oh, I think they hit a patch of dirt there coming out of the exit of campus, and that just throws them into the wall. That's so unfortunate. Moving up a couple of spots. Yeah, this looks like maybe a visual bug. On the screen that we can see, it does say Hayden Puddock, but on my timing sheet, it does show Nathan Smythe Adams in the car. So interestingly enough, I'm gonna say it's gonna be Hayden in the seat. They are P11 right now, trying to break the door down into the top 10. However, it is Enrico Sayani. Excuse me, Saini. The number 165. That is gatekeeping them from the top 10. Oliver asking in the chat, will there be an endurance on LMU after the 10th? Oliver's asking that because I don't know if you do or do not know, racing fans, but LMU Le Mans Ultimate, it is another simulation racing game that is available online, multiple platforms, or actually I think it's PC only. I don't think they're in console yet. They are going to be adding, or they do have an update on June 10th that will be adding driver swaps, custom liveries, and I believe it's going to be adding 2 cars in the Lamborghini Evo, and the Evo 2 and the Lexus RCF. Yeah, PC only. So it is PC only. They are going to be having an update. Will we be having an endurance race specifically? I cannot confirm or deny that we will be having an endurance race, but I can basically confirm that we're not confirming it. Okay, I'll stop encrypted. No, unfortunately, we will not be having an LMU endurance event. However, that is not something that we have off the table. We do have some ideas in mind for LMU. However, right now we are putting a lot of our effort and our time in our sweet summer child that is Assetto Corsa Competizione. Odyssey Racing League is dabbling their toes a little bit into iRacing, so you might catch some iRacing streams here on the same YouTube channel every once in a while. However, ACC will be the main focus of Odyssey Racing League, at least for the foreseeable future. Now, next month, the month after that, that may be changed. Oliver saying LMU will take over as competitive iRacing. I can agree. Yeah, since ACC is being sunsetted and AC Evo will be coming out soon. It's already out in early access, but the full game will be coming out soon. The point of AC Evo is to basically put the first Assetto Corsa and ACC together. So like have free roam, customizable cars, like you're able to like race with your friends, but also have a competitive side. Because AC, the original AC game, was not, like it really wasn't made with like a competitive mind, or like a competitive nature in mind. There is racing in it, of course, but like it was mostly just a simulator. You can just drive around and just do whatever you want, and where you can have fun. ACC was more of the competitive game. It is the actual. It's, I mean, the official game of SRO and the World Challenge, the GT World Challenge. So that game was made with competitiveness in mind. But yeah, since this game is going to be over, technically it's going to be over. I mean, people will still play it, right? But I do agree. iRacing and LMU will be the big dogs for the next couple of years until AC Evo can grow its own wings and fill in the gap basically that ACC is leaving. Nemo Tate in the chat, will there be Formula 1 racings? So in ACC there are no Formula 1 cars or Formula style cars, but in iRacing there are. Odyssey Racing League, we do not have an open wheel or Formula style league as of right now, but that is something that we are looking into for the future. So if you are interested in Formula 1 racing or open wheel or open style racing like that in general, don't be afraid to join us in the Discord and let us know. You can find our Discord there in the linked chat. Oh, you do also have to talk just about like consumer practices and just how LMU is putting everything behind packages and DLCs and Hayden Puddock. A move along the inside. Going through the bus stop, able to get past. Blue flag showing. I don't know if that's the blue for. I don't know if that's a blue flag that these stewards are showing in support of the blue Baller Squad racing Aston Martin. But there are blue flags flying, and that is most probably because of the lapped down cars that are inside of this fight for position. So Nathan Smythe-Adams now inside of the top. Excuse me, I see Nathan Smythe-Adams because I'm looking at the timing chart. But if we look, see, even you guys can see it. On the left-hand side, we see Nathan Smythe-Adams. And on the bottom right, we see Hayden Puddock. Who's who? Are they the same person? Are they twins? I don't know. I'll ask them later after this. But that is an interesting bug as well. See, another bug happening. Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's more of a mindset. It's kind of like just spend money now or spend money later. iRacing does have the monthly subscription model. They do. I'm vouching for iRacing here, right? But iRacing does have. Ooh, almost closing the door right on the nose of the number 69 there. Robin getting away. With just a slap on the wrist. Sometimes sticking your nose in there into no-name corner, into no-name, is not a good idea. The number 69 able to back out right in the nick of time. But going back to the iRacing, yeah, iRacing is a monthly subscription. Some people like paying that. Some people like are very against paying a monthly subscription when they've already paid for something. They kind of just like, it's like I bought it, it's mine. Like, if you want to sell me anything extra, it's fine, but like I own the base game, or in this case, for iRacing, you get a bunch of free tracks and cars, but that only kind of only helps you through the rookie stages. Once you upgrade through their license system out of rookies in iRacing, that's when you'll have to start buying cars and tracks. As we see both cars getting very, very close to each other, except giving each other the gentleman's agreement of space. As we do see both cars battling it out through the finish line and through La Source. So not only can we see the cars taking a beating here at the Odyssey Racing League, 24 hours of Spa, but the drivers are also going to be taking some mental damage, as the gamers like to say. Having to race in a 24-hour race is pretty tough, being part of a team of drivers all dedicated toward the same goal and putting it all out on the track to try to get the best position as possible for the team is what it's all about, though. And this is where a lot of the camaraderie and the sportsmanship comes out to play. More battles happening. Hayden Puddock using that go gadget extendo arm, trying to grab onto the back bumper of that Ferrari, grabs it, tries to pull him in, reels him in by the looks of it, using one of the strongest reels that I've ever seen, and using a 100-pound wire, able to reel in that Ferrari along the slipstream and get past the number 900. So now Hayden Puddock in P9. That's the Baller Squad Racing Team moving on up. Not looking back. Thank you, Olivier. It's not Oliver. I've been mispronouncing your name. I apologize. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We try our best to give you all the best experience possible. But that does also mean, if in case you do hear any audio issues or if you see anything wrong, don't be afraid to let us know in the chat as well. Hey, the stream is messed up. Can you guys please fix it? Oh, Elias along the inside, bumper to bumper with the BMW there, the Ford Mustang for Odyssey Esports. Now, we're still in P17, but having to defend against the BMW driven by Piet. That's number 696 on that back bumper. Let's check in on your race leader really quick. Jeffrey Miguel Ricci, the number 224 Aston Martin for Simotech Automation. P1 right now for them. I'm gonna see if I can find how many laps they've led. Is that usually... No, I guess the guide doesn't tell me. So usually the guide usually tells me that information, but I guess not. So right now, in the lead, it is Jeffrey Miguel Rino for Simotech Automation. P2, Michael Romagnoli for MR Reparto Coaching. 164 Aston Martin. P3, Chris Jaun Zemis. Chris, please message me and tell me how bad that was. I'm so sorry. The number 14, Alexis for 0 Point Racing. Alexi Degani. Oh, it says Bruno Zanchi there on the bottom right, so I'm going to go with Bruno. It's Bruno Zanchi in the number 132 Ford Mustang. P4. P5, Rodrigo Camargo for Please Brake Turn 1. P5. P6, Russell Harrell for Noobs Are Us. This is one of the Noobs Are Us Aston Martins. Cameron Hunt, 0 Point Racing, teammate of the number 14 Lexus. This is the number 13 Ford Mustang. P7. P8, Ricardo Diana, number 204 Aston Martin. A little bit of damage on the front end. We can see that front trunk flapping a little bit in the wind. But a little bit of damage doesn't hurt anybody. Hayden Puddock right behind him. P9, the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin 270, the number 274 Aston Martin to be exact. And P10 to round off your top 10, Jeremy Gore for OSRT, the number 900 Ferrari. P10. No, Victoras. Much love to you. I'm redirecting it back. Whoa, bam! You think you love me? No, bam, bam! Sending that love right back to you. Well, I don't know about y'all, but even just watching like ACC or iRacing, like I want to get in a car and drive. I want to go fast. I want to do my best Ricky Bobby impersonation and go fast. But there's no racetracks in my area of Texas. And I drive a Toyota Corolla, so it's like how fast can I go? But oh, I wish my area of Texas had a K1 Speed. In case you do not know or have never heard of what that is, race fans, K1 Speed is a go-karting or indoor go-karting track. I believe they have maybe one or two outdoor tracks, but I'm pretty sure they're all indoors. Except Coda. I'll tell you what. I don't know if you know this, Victoras, but I used to live in the city that Coda is in. So I lived there for a while, and I've been to Coda, and it's awesome. Everything about Coda is awesome, except when you're in the driver's seat. And I don't get it, but it should be the complete opposite. Usually I have more fun when I'm racing, not at Coda. Not at Coda. So in case anyone also doesn't know, anyone does not know the acronym COTA or COTA, that stands for Circuit of the Americas. That is the racing track located in Austin, Texas. It is grade 1. So it is a F1 graded track. F1 races there, MotoGP races there, GT World Endurance, IMSA, WEC, World Challenge, all of the racing things that you can think of, even local like racing clubs go to COTA to race. However, as everybody knows, in the sim racing world, COTA, or Circuit of the Americas, is terrible with the track limits. So with certain tracks, you are allowed a certain percentage or a certain part of your tire to go off into the red and yellows, or then red and whites, depending on where you are. And your car is still considered in bounds. COTA is so strict that even if you look at the out of bounds wrong, you're automatically given a drive-through penalty just because of how strict they are. And the turns at COTA, the track was built to model different tracks in the Americas put together. So Circuit of the Americas, they basically got like, even they say Americas, but the stadium section is modeled after the Hockenheimring Stadium. But you have like Interlagos, you have a section that's modeled after Maggots and Becks in the Silverstone circuit in the UK. So I don't know why it's called Circuit of the Americas when the UK and Germany aren't part of the Americas. But okay, yeah. I guess, yeah, we'll call it Circuit of the Americas. You should have called it something cool like the Lone Star Circuit or something. And made it just one giant star. Made the circuit just one giant star. And have everyone race on that. Either a giant star or a giant track in the shape of Texas, because that's what us Texans would do. We have a request to see the number 141. Number 141, driven by Jason Janssens. Yeah, I believe that's how it's pronounced. For Team Tracks Racing. If I said that wrong, please let me know in the chat, and I would love to know how to pronounce that correctly. Team Tracks, again, with the really cool livery that has that Spitfire Mustang, that P-52 Mustang inspired livery, with their own twist on it. Really nice. The nice that green neon blood in the front. Oh, that looks really nice. Oh, and I just noticed as well, I don't know why I didn't notice this, but the green LEDs that are on the inside under the behind that Mustang logo, green as well. So very nice. Very nice livery. Less than 19 hours to go in the 24 Hours of Spa, presented by Odyssey Racing League. At the always underrated, in my opinion, Spa-Francorchamps. Very popular track. Multiple disciplines of motorsports call this place, I wouldn't say home, but they do call this as one of the yeah, I could say that. You know what, let's backtrack. They do call this home to one of the rounds of their championship series. Multiple series run here at Spa-Francorchamps. But a little bit more about Spa. It is located in the country of Belgium. I believe it is near the city of Stavelot, Belgium, to be exact. It's like on the outskirts somewhere. Received an extensive redesign in the 1970s. So the initial track map, I don't know if you've ever seen this one. The initial Grand Prix from the 1920s until like the early 1930s is a lot different than what we see here. And back then, It was a whopping 14 kilometers long, almost 15, 14.98 kilometers, almost 9.5 miles long of racing circuit. So I'm curious to know how the cars back then handled that, or were the races just shorter? Because an endurance race then, like, is Le Mans even that long? How long is Le Mans? Let's find out. I'm going to be doing some quick maths. And by quick maths, I mean I'm just going to be using my fingers to type as fast as possible. Tracks in France. No one get mad at me, please. I'm not ready. I wasn't ready. I sit corrected. So right now at Circuit de la Sarthe, also known as Le Mans, it is 8.4 miles long, or 13.6 kilometers long. So it is almost just as long as the original Spa-Francorchamps that debuted in 1921. Big shout out to the Stardust Endurance team from Julien in the chat. Juviel in the car right now is the number 104 Aston Martin for Stardust Endurance team. P25 for them. But going back to the first Grand Prix circuit at Spa-Francorchamps, as we do see Stardust Endurance going into the pits. Looks like they're going to be changing drivers here as they give Juvel some breathing time. Stefano giving a little bit of flashies to the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin. That's the number 274. But right now, going back to the Grand Prix of today, it's just a measly 7 kilometers, 4.35 miles. Not as expansive as the original. But still a classic and a timeless track for many years to come. I also believe they recently extended the contract with the FIA, so I believe F1 will continue the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa for like the next, I think it was like 8 years or 10 years or something. So we're going to be seeing a lot more Spa. And I just can't get enough. Speaking about different layouts and stuff, there was also it was also recently resurfaced. So I believe there was a resurfacing last year at Spa in real life. So the track surface has changed a little bit. A lot of the real life drivers have been commenting that there is a lot more grip here at Spa. Spa-Francorchamps, also known as a pretty high degradation or tire degradation track. So your tires are going to be degrading a lot faster, not just because of the distance of one lap, excuse me, but because of the type of turns here. In my opinion, Spa has a little bit of everything: fast turns, medium, low speed turns, hard braking zones, hairpins, double left-handers, double right-handers, really long straights after a hill. It's got everything. Downhill, uphill. As we do see Stefano entering the pit lane, joining the pit party. As it looks like they're going to be swapping drivers there. Moving over to Peter Schmidt for Sim Racer, excuse me. Is the 777 BMW. A little bit of damage there on the front end. So hopefully that hood doesn't fly off like it does in real life sometimes, because that will cause a full course yellow. And speaking of full course yellow, something that we haven't seen in a couple of hours, but that we do have available is the safety car. So here at the Spa 24 Hours presented by Odyssey Racing League, it is our first ever safety car that we do have available in case there is a major pileup or a major incident. The safety car will be deployed, and the cars will have to follow the safety car rules. They will have to line up behind the safety car and only unlap themselves if race control allows them to, by the way of voice chat or the radio, excuse me. Thomas Steffen smelling a little bit of blood in the water. The Salty Mountains Racing number 19 BMW trying to catch up to the BMW counterpart. However, being let through, the number 619 is. Excuse me, 96. That's the number 96, driven by Jean-Paul Seyman for Sim Racing Belgium. Speaking of Belgium, a quick shout out to Miriam Julian. It's actually my mother. She is in Belgium right now. I believe she's in Belgium. And if not, she has already left to Italy. She's having a little bit of a vacation with her brother and his wife, visiting some family over there in Europe. So I hope you're having a wonderful time. Stay safe. And keep sending me pictures, Mom, please. I've always wanted to go to Belgium. I've always wanted to go to Italy, and I can't go. I can't go. I wasn't invited. Clayton Filsinger thinking that he's going to have to split the posts that are in front of him in the Aston Martin and the McLaren. However, both of those cars look like they're almost going to go 3 wide down into Eau Rouge and then up Radion. But then they elected to slot in each other one after the other, which was, in my opinion, the smartest thing to do. Along the inside. Makes the move stick. Clayton Filsinger, door to door, looks over to his left, gives a little wave, and then continues on with his day, moving on up into P15, the number 615 Ford Mustang for Odyssey Esports. Moving up a spot, but Tom in the number 847 is not too far behind. And any small little mistake made by Clayton will give enough time for Tom to catch up. But Tom may have his one eye forward and another eye looking in the rearview mirror because Justin Hoffman is right behind Tom. Less than a second between them. Coming through La Source, Dennis Loeffler was right on the back bumper of that Aston Martin. The number 749 BMW P12 overall for TPDX. I believe that's Team Purple. I would like to get their name right. Team Purple Deluxe. That is the full name of the team. Oh, it looks like a little bit of contact happening. There's a couple of cars.
Car, everyone slow down.
And we do have a safety car being called. It does look like that there was an incident at the top of Radion there that caused that safety car to be triggered. So now we do have a safety car out.
Keep passing the safety car. The leader is 224 in sector 2. So you guys can go a little bit faster if you need to. You don't just slow down and drive safe. No overtaking. Pit limiter is not needed at this time.
We can hear that the drivers are being directed to catch up to the safety car. As we move over to the safety car, it is Mr. Dan Edwards.
You guys can go a little bit faster.
In the number 2 BMW GT4. Let's get a nice shot of the livery of the safety car. Now, normally in ACC, there is no such thing as a safety car. It is not something that is offered in the game. This is a real-life person inside of the car driving, and they are going to be collecting the leader as he comes by. We can see the number 224 going through Blanchimont now, and he's going to be coming through the bus stop, and then he'll be slowing down once he gets past La Source turn 1, and he catches up to the safety car. We're going to see the safety car take off in a little bit to start setting the pace for the pace laps. As we do see the safety car released from the cage. So you can see a couple cars unlapping themselves, waiting for the 224 to catch up. We do see them there in the back. So that's going to be the safety car out in front now. And as soon as the cars catch up to the safety car, the leaders must engage the pit limiter. And now code 60 is in effect. What that means, racing fans, is you are not allowed to go faster than the speed limit or the pit limiter. If you go faster, it is possible that you could be given a penalty if you are reported. Cars will be unlapping themselves at the direction of race control. As we watch the conga line of the GT3 car starting to form behind the safety car, we're going to be going to a quick little break here. And what that means is that we are going to be talking a little bit more about the race. Maybe even seeing some highlights here. As we can go back and hopefully bring up some highlights for you. Stupidity Squad in the chat. Go Under Fire Racing. Big shout out to Under Fire Racing from the chat. I think this is probably the first time you'll see this anywhere, folks. We have a GT4 leading the race. And a GT3 stuck behind, and a lot of GT3 stuck behind it. Now this is interesting, of course, because as we said, the safety car is not a feature normally available, and I mean it's not available in ACC, and not a lot of leagues end up running a custom safety car, or in this case, a safety car as in one of the admins in the car physically driving and keeping the pace so that the drivers may unlap themselves and get back onto the safety car conga line. Now, of course, this is the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. There is a $1,000 USD or 1,000 USD prize pool that is going to be split amongst the top 3 winners. Between the top 3 winners and 2 randomly selected cars that finish the race will also be added into the prize pool splittings. So it's going to be very exciting to see who comes out with the win at the end. Right now, we are still under safety car. There was an incident at the top of Radion. We had a 2-car incident. 1 car tried to rejoin. Unfortunately, it's not a very good place or very smart place to rejoin where they did, because it was right on the racing line when the cars are coming up a blind hill at arguably the fastest point of that turn. Nice little conga line of cars following the safety car rules. As I do believe the safety car is going to be doing 1 more lap in hopes of collecting everybody. We do see a bunch of cars unlapping themselves on the right side of our screen. We do see them. Oh, I sit corrected. It does look like the safety car is going to be going in. So the safety car is going in. It looks like we were able to collect everybody that we needed to. So now it is going to be on the 224. To start the race. Excuse me, to restart the race.
resume racing.
As we now have the green flag, and that is the number 224 taking off. And with this restart, we are also going to be going to the top to see how this restart's going to be handling the top 3 steps of the podium. Christers in the number 14 Lexus, who we moved away from way too early, but was fighting for top steps there, moving up into P2, getting in front of the Aston Martin. Now the number 164 Aston Martin in Vincenzo, trying to give that Lexus a run for their money. Bruno Zanchi still in P4, the number 132 Ford Mustang. Ross O'Connor P5. P6 goes to John Gray. P7 Nick Kani. P8 Kobe McVeigh. P9 Robin Schultz. And P10 Michelle Luongo. On the restart, that is your top 10. Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez getting a really good restart there, able to put themselves out in a 2-second lead over Christers. However, Christers not able to use the full power of the Lexus because they're having to defend against P3, P4, and P5, and P6, all within less than a second of each other. Vincenzo Damiano in P3. And we're going to be going on board with them. I did look at the timing, and it did look like Stefano Battistella was on the back bumper of Justin Hoffman, but I did see some contact flags going through. Justin Hoffman right there in the Team Purple Deluxe deep purple BMW. Blue flags flying. Watching them go into the hard braking zone of the start of Lacombs, turns 5, 6, and 7. See some close racing from everybody. Justin Hoffman trying to make a move along the inside, looked to the inside. However, the McLaren in front of him, driven by Tom, threw himself into the inside for the defensive line. Tom with an unfortunate drive-through penalty, so that's going to be putting them towards the back of this Conga line of cars, as we do see the purple deluxe BMW moving on the inside. Luckily, no incidents occurred there, because sometimes that is a little bit of a tricky corner to stick your nose in there. As we do see 2, almost 3 wide coming into campus. The 999 BMW and the 391, excuse me, the 999 AMG and the 391 BMW side by side going through campus. Looks like the BMW is able to get out of there unscathed. As we do have a yellow flag for the number 117, and they unfortunately had to return to garage. So that is very unfortunate for the number 117. Speaking of 117, I am not happy that nobody talks about Halo anymore. The McLaren going into the pits, so bowing out of the battle. However, not quitting the war yet. They'll be back later for some more fighting. That is the number 847 electing to do their drive-through penalty right now. But going back to Halo, I'm not very happy as a original Halo Combat Evolved fan for Halo 2 basically be non-existent right now. 117, in case you do or do not know, is the number of the Master Chief. He is known as Spartan 117. So that just made me a little sad thinking about Halo. So Justin Hoffman fighting the number 47 in Christian Rainieri? Oh, I'm so sorry, Christian, for mispronouncing your name. I'm just gonna say Christian. Christian in the number 47 Aston Martin, P17 overall. However, as you can see right there where it says 17, like the number or the place that he's at, it's also purple, which means he has the fastest time on track, 2:17.475 for the number 47 car. Puts them as the fastest car. Christian's going to be holding on to the Ricky Bobby Award for right now. The I Like to Go Fast Award. However, moving up some spots, the number 13 Ford Mustang driven by Jan Gray. P6 for them on the back bumper of Ross O'Connor. Still in last place, the number 1 safety car, Richard Harknett, 43rd place, -2 laps under his belt. I don't know how he did it, but man, he did it. As we go back to Ross O'Connor for Please Brake Turn 1, the number 300 Aston Martin in P5 right now, but has their eyes set on the podium. However, they're going to have to get through the Ford Mustang of Bruno Zanchi first, as they also have to defend against Jan Gray in the Ford Mustang behind him. Racing fans in the chat, please don't be afraid to continue shouting out your favorite teams, drivers, even cars. I would love to continue showing them off as much as possible. Oh, got some wires crossed there. Wrong camera. Moving over to the number 900 Ferrari, driven by Tristan Callio. I'm gonna say Callio. P20. Somebody in the chat asking for R. Diana. Of course, you can get more R. Diana. Ricardo Diana, the number 204 Aston Martin, P13 overall for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Fastest time, 2:18.77. Pretty quick time here around Spa. Ricardo with a little bit of cushion in front and behind in terms of actual space of cars and standings. The car in front of him is 2.6 seconds away, so not that too far off. But behind them, Joshua Jung, 4.4 seconds. So a little bit more of a cushion behind. I believe one of the only AMGs out on the track, Stefano Battistella, the 999 AMG for ATS Corsa Esport. Right on the back bumper of Mr. Clayton Filsinger, the number 615 Ford Mustang for Odyssey Esports. Along the inside, almost bumper to bumper grinding there. The AMG trying to get the space. However, the Aston Martin trying to stay in the race as well. It looks like this is the Aston Martin. This is the number 315 Aston Martin. Excuse me, not 315. That's the 515 of the Noobs R Us team. So that is a car that is overlapped. So they are on lap. Let me see. They are on lap 132, while the rest of the cars are on lap 131 around him. So technically, all the cars around him would be getting a blue flag. So as soon as they pass him, the blue flag would be showing. Interesting. Speaking about total amount of laps, right now the leader is on lap 132. There are 10 cars on the lead lap, now 11 cars on the lead lap. And most of the rest of the grid is within 5 laps. We do have a couple of cars that have had unfortunate circumstances happening to them, and it is very unfortunate to see. But they are continuing with the race. So I would love to give them more screen time. A big shout out and wanted to give some recognition to some of these drivers. Colin Sugg, right now P39, the number 618, still out on the track of racing. Only completed 90 laps, so they are down a number of laps. We also do have Rodrigo Galan, the number 7 Ferrari for Kimo Tiso Niders. They're in P40 overall, however, still staying in the fight. Keep going, Rodrigo. I do believe in you. You can do it. Keep fighting, buddy. The race is not over yet. 18 hours, 20 minutes left to go in the 24 hours of Spa. Anything can happen. Anything notable happened while you were gone, Joel Eliminator? Yes, something did happen. During one of the safety cars, one of the drivers pulled out all 5 copies of Exodia. So unfortunately, we had to obliterate the whole race and we had to restart from the beginning. So we are now back at the restart of the race. We're like 4 hours in now. Or a little bit less than 4 hours in. So we still have the rest of the race to go. So hopefully nobody will pull out another Exodia Or one of the god pieces, because then another restart would probably devastate us terribly. Racing fans, if you are part of the Discord and you are on a team that is racing, you're more than welcome to join us in the endurance chat in the Discord and ping me, and I can bring you in here into the broadcasting booth and we can have a little bit of fun. Joel Eliminator asks, what in Exodia or whatever? Oh my goodness, Joel, I forgot our age difference, dude. I'm not that much older than you, right? Like, but still, oh my goodness, I forgot. There's a whole generation of people out there that don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is and Exodia is. Okay, all right, Joel. The best way that I can explain this is, imagine a card game where if you get 5 cards, specifically these 5 cards, then you automatically win the game. It doesn't matter what the game state is at. It doesn't matter if you have 1 health and the other person has like 1 billion health. If you get these 5 cards, you win the game. And these 5 cards are pieces of Exodia. Exodia, I don't remember how to spell it, but he's like a being or a monster in that universe. And the 5 cards or the 5 pieces are his head, his 2 arms, and his 2 legs. So if you get all 5 of those cards in your hand and out on the field, you automatically win the game. And the whole joke, I'm sorry, I'm going back to the joke. The joke I made is that the move or the spell that Exodia casts to win the game is called Obliterate. So I made the joke where we obliterated the thing. It was a joke, don't worry about it. It was a terrible joke. But there it is, that's Exodia. Oh no, there was no restart. We just, at the beginning of the race, we had the safety car. And then recently we had another safety car, maybe like within the last 10 laps, we had another safety car happen because there was an incident at the top of Radion before the straight here. So usually to trigger a restart here for the Odyssey Racing League spot 24 hours, there would need to be at least a 2-car incident where there's heavy damage to a car. And if it's 3 cars, then it's usually an automatic safety car. But yes, Joel, now you know the most powerful card in Yu-Gi-Oh. If you ever go around and, I mean, people still play it, but the way Yu-Gi-Oh is played now is not the same way that it used to be played back in the early 2000s. It does like a lot with like, oh, I'm gonna start getting into a rant now, but you have to do with like a lot of synchro monsters and a lot of like weird board moves and board states that kind of don't make sense to me anymore as an old timer when it comes to video games, you know. Enrique, can we see car 47? We can. Yes, we can. Car 47 in a battle. The all-white Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin moving up into P17. They had a heck of a race so far. I believe they are one of the cars that suffered, unfortunately, with the bug known as the driver swap bug. So they unfortunately got sick, had to all get out of the car and use the restroom. I'm kidding, they didn't have to do that. But they unfortunately lose a bunch of spots. But they are still going strong, not giving up. They dropped down all the way up into it was almost P30, if not P33 if I'm not mistaken. But now up into P16, the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin putting in work. So right now in P15, we have the Odyssey Racing League esports team driven by Clayton Filsinger. We did get a question in the chat, who's in the ORL team car? So we do have, I believe, 6 drivers for the Odyssey Racing League team for tonight. Right now in the car behind the wheel, Clayton Filsinger. We do also have Phil Cryotheos, your esports captain, or your one of your esports captain, shares it with Clayton Filsinger, the co-captain. We do have Luke Lazama as well, getting behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang later on today. Austin Easton, Elias Troyer, and Josh Green, all part of the number 615 Ford Mustang team. 6 drivers is wild, you're right, but this is a 24-hour race, so you need as much help and as fresh eyes and brain and hands and feet and butt and back. You need everything fresh. So the less time you are in the seat, the better it is for you in the long run. However, I don't know if you were... Oh, that's also an update you missed, Joel. So earlier we were talking about the number of drivers in a team. The limit is... In real life, I believe you can have 5 is the max, if not 6. In ACC, you can make the max, I think, up to a maximum of however many you want. However, we capped it at 6. I believe that is the correct number. If I'm wrong, please let me know in the chat. But you can do 6. But one of the updates that we were also looking at is there is actually a team of 2 drivers. So there's one team with 2 drivers doing the 24-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps, presented by Odyssey Racing League. And then there are a couple of other teams with 3 drivers. The rest of them are doing 4 and above. But there's only a handful doing 3. Maybe like 3 or 4 drivers, or 3 or 4 teams that have 3 drivers. And then there's one team that has 2 drivers. Yeah, it would be so interesting to see if anybody actually had like the determination and dedication to do the 24-hour solo. But I also, like, as a friend, I would not recommend that to anybody, because that is going to be torture on your body, your mind, and your spirit for 24 hours. You would also have to kind of curb your enthusiasm or curb your expectations on placing high. Because if you're doing a solo, you're going to have to be, I mean, if you can, go for it, dude. But I mean, having to keep at the top pace or on the knife's edge, as some of the drivers like to say, for 24 hours total. I mean, you're not going to do 24 hours, right? You have pit stops, you have drive-through times, the safety car times. But still, it's just the mental fatigue and the mental toll it would take on you. I would do it if I had Red Bull injected straight into my bloodstream. Joel, I would too. I can also rant about this for like an hour or two, but Red Bull is starting to arguably become my favorite sport, like my favorite energy drink. I was not a huge drinker of energy drinks growing up. And even in high school and college, I really didn't drink much energy drinks. But when I did, I only drank one, and it was the Monster Mango flavor. That was my favorite energy drink. There was also a specific energy drink, I don't know if this is Texas only, but they sold an energy drink called the Venom. And there was a fruit punch flavor that I would demand that they inject straight into my bloodstream, into an IV if I could. Give me hook up a pick line straight into my heart and pump in all the Red Bull and Venom that you can. But speaking of Red Bull, Joel, have you seen, or has anybody in the chat seen the new flavors for Red Bull that have come out? They came out with a summer edition, they came out with a pink edition, and they came out with a purple edition. I believe the pink one is... it's like white peach. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get it wrong. No, the pink one I think is wild berry. And then the summer edition is white peach. They're really good. They're really, really good. If you are of age 18 and over, because I believe in some countries you're not allowed to purchase an energy drink if you're under the age of 18 or 16, depending on where you are. Go ahead and try it. I recommend it. Do have a yellow flag for the number 7. They are there at the top of Radion, so it is a blind turn here. So let's see if we can get a glimpse at them and see where they are at. They may be hobbling along as they maybe don't want to take the return to garage I was going to say time deficiency. That's not the correct word. Time penalty that you get for towing the car back to the pit lane. But yeah, going back to the energy drinks, I've slowly started to warm up to them a little bit more. I only drink the really small Red Bull cans. So these are like, I actually have one right next to me. This is the 8.4 liters, or 8.4 fluid ounces, 8.4 liters. Oh my goodness. I think I'd be dead if I drank that much Red Bull. These 8.4 liters only have 80 milligrams of caffeine. And if I remember correctly, I think you can do like a maximum of like 200 in a day. And I only need this small little can and I'm good to go, so I think I'm good. Actually, you know what? Let's look that up. How much caffeine can a normal human take in a day? So Google AI is letting me know that it is up to 400 milligrams of caffeine per day can be consumed safely. However, every person is different, so there is no way that I could put 400 milligrams of caffeine in my body. I even think as like a kid growing up, like in middle school and high school, I used to be addicted to soft drinks and sodas. So I would drink maybe like 3 or 4 cans of soda a day. But a can of soda has what? 50 milligrams? Hold on, let's look that up. So a can of Coca-Cola, let's see. In the US, so we're looking for cola, Pepsi. This is cherry Pepsi. Oh, cherry Pepsi is so good. I will also fight anybody in the chat. Actually, let's do this in the chat. I'm going to put a poll. This is a great poll. Speaking of Coca-Cola and milligrams of caffeine count, Coca-Cola and, well, in Texas where I live, Dr. Pepper is very popular. However, I am personally a Pepsi fan. So I would like to ask you in the chat, what soft drink is better? Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Oh, I can't even spell. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I gotta do that again. No one saw that. No one saw the terrible spelling. As we do see a battle happening on our screen. Clayton Filsinger, the number 615 Ford Mustang, having to defend against the fastest car on track right now. Excuse me, I'm looking at this terribly wrong. It's actually Stefano Battistella who's on the inside now, coming through La Source on the right side. The Ford Mustang of Clayton Filsinger on the left. Who's gonna want it more? Both go door to door coming through. El Rouge, and now Radion, the Ford Mustang, able to sneak it out ahead. Both cars didn't want to give a centimeter. However, Clayton Filsinger able to stay out in front. The AMG looks to be giving a little bit of the flashies there. Not too happy about what transpired there in the last two turns. But going back to the poll, what is better, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Pepsi again? And I do see somebody in the chat already destroyed my poll by saying Mexican Coca-Cola. They are 100% correct. So Bearded Badass, you are correct. Mexican Coca-Cola is a lot better. Speaking of Mexican Coca-Cola, I did recently personally visit Mexico City, and it was an amazing, wonderful time. I went there for a wedding this past month. If you have not gone to Mexico City, please put that on your list of places to visit. I would definitely love to return. We do have a request for the number 141. This is the Team Tracks Racing Ford Mustang right now, piloted by Jason Yassens. Bearded Badass, fellow Texan, also here. Oh, dude, yeah. So I get my Mexican Coca-Colas from HEB because they're so cheap. Oh, not cheap, but that's literally the only place I can find it. It's either there or any like local gas station. But the gas stations only sell them in singles, and they charge you a little bit extra because of the glass. So I get the Mexican Coca-Colas that you get here in the United States are just the Coca-Colas made with real sugar instead of the high fructose corn syrup, and it's more modeled after the Mexican not flavoring, the Mexican ingredient list, because it's a little bit different compared to the American one. Oh yeah, taco trucks, of course, dude, yeah. But in my opinion, that one is far superior. Anything that has high fructose corn syrup, no, boo, no, I don't like that. I'm not a fan. Just for high fructose corn syrup in general, I'm not a huge fan. We're going to keep that poll going for a little bit. Coca-Cola's winning? Come on. Okay, well, you know what? I'll give it to you. I didn't differentiate the difference between normal Coca-Cola and Mexican Coca-Cola. So, you know what? I'll give it to you. I will take my beatings, I will lick my wounds, and I will go back to my cave and cry. Under Fire Racing Team, looking forward to the night. So am I. I am very excited for the nighttime of this race. It's going to be throwing a monkey wrench. Will it rain also during the night race? I don't know. Hopefully not, because it's going to make it even more difficult to see. Joe Limiter asks, what time can we expect to start getting dark? So I believe in Belgium. And please, anyone from Belgium, let me know in the chat if I'm wrong, but it does not start getting dark in Belgium until like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. So we're probably not going to start seeing true nighttime racing until around that time, 9 to 10 p.m. in game time. Racing fans, we are at that point of the race where we're going to be going into what I like to call, or excuse me, we're in that part of the broadcast where I like to call race mode. We're less than 18 hours left into, or in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. The broadcasters are going to be stepping away for a moment. We're going to be giving you, the racing fans, all the beautiful sights and sounds of the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. Hello, racing fans. We are back with the Odyssey Racing League 24 hours of Spa. 17 hours, 30 minutes left. Well, under 17 hours and 30 minutes left to go. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju here at Odyssey Racing League, and I do apologize for the technical difficulties. I went to go have one of my own pit stops so that I can refuel and rest mentally a little bit for the rest of the race ahead. And unfortunately, one of my pit crew members forgot the pit gun, so we couldn't get my tires off. So everything is fixed now. We're back out on the grid. We're ready to continue broadcasting. So looking at the poll that we left in the chat, right now, I'm not upset that Coca-Cola won. I'm upset by how much it won. Should be way more than 25% of you that like Pepsi. Come on. Pepsi's the superior drink. Moving over, Alexander Sop for Team Purple Deluxe on the back bumper of Johnny Skripka. Skripka. That's the number 23 that Yoni is piloting. Some front end damage on the Team Purple Deluxe BMW here. You can see that a little bit of a gap, and by a little bit I mean a pretty sizable gap, probably like a couple fingers worth gap there between the hood and the front grille there. So hopefully the Team Purple Deluxe BMW here is not going to have to wait too long before they go back into the pits to get that fixed. Sean BB Brammer, no one orders whiskey and a Pepsi. Dang it, dude. You got me there too. No one does that. It's either, dude, stop. You guys keep winning. I mean, I have seen Dr. Pepper in whiskey. You can't see my face, but like, I missed 5 hits. Let me see if we can go back then. I do have one here. This is car number 45. Let's see if we can get a visual on this. So coming through Lacombs, turns 5, 6, and now turns 7. We are seeing a fight between the white Ferrari, the black Porsche, and the green Ford Mustang going along the inside. Whoa, okay. So it looks like the Ferrari turns in, not expecting the Ford Mustang to be there, but the Ford Mustang sees the door wide open and says, hey, you know what? I'm going to step in there. Other than that, that's the only... My goodness, I apologize. So right now, with the controls and all of the replays that I have in my hand right now, I do not have any other incidents. Actually, I think I do. Hold on. This is the number 69. An incident between the numbers 69. So again, it's a blacked out Porsche, a blacked out McLaren. It looks like just a very slow and squirrely exit for the McLaren. So it looks like the number 69 Porsche does end up... Ooh, and okay, so they do tap there at the entrance there of Pujon. A little bit of elbow bumping there, but as we do see in racing, bumping and grinding is racing. Moving over now, P32 Jan Heymans as well with some front end damage there to that BMW, but not letting that deter him from continuing his race. The number 153 BMW P32 right now for Team Red Lions LFR. As we do see an interesting rejoin by the 777 there. That's Steiner. Manfred Steiner. However, able to get back out on track and still continue on with their race. Steiner, the number 777 BMW. Almost making contact there, actually, with the 153. NP32. Okay, so I'm gonna have to end the poll. I can't see this massacre anymore. Coca-Cola wins. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'll concede. I will acquiesce. Coca-Cola might be okay. I say as I'm drinking a Coca-Cola right now. Thank you for everyone that participated in the poll. And a big shout out and thank you again to all of the drivers participating tonight. This is the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. We started with 47 cars on the grid. I believe the number was 47. Now we are down to 39. Kevin Zakata and the number 104 Aston Martin for Stardust Endurance Team making way for the other drivers that are laps ahead. Being shown the blue flag here at Odyssey Racing League means that you have 2 sectors to give up the position. As we do see the number 104 driven by Kevin Sakata crossing the finish line for another round of some Spa-Francorchamps goodness. Now, just a quick look up to the top of the standings really quickly. Your race leader, Kajpa Simotech Automation, number 224, McLaren. Right behind them in the standings, P2 is Chris Vinning for 0 Point Racing. It's number 14, Lexus. P3, Mattia Calendini for MR Reparto Coaching. That's number 164, Aston Martin. Francesco Casali for SWIT. P4. Abe Santema for 0 Point Racing. This is the 0 Point Racing teammate. This is the Ford specifically. P6, the number 300 Aston Martin, driven by Mike Vasquez. P7, Chase Jones and the Baller Squad Racing team. Quick fun fact about Chase Jones. He is actually 2 raccoons in a trench coat, pretending to be human. So if you ever meet Chase Jones, tell him pss, 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 pss. P8 goes to James Kosabun for Noobs Are Us. This is number 515 Aston Martin. P9 goes to Leonard Howdell for Power Drive. This is the number 69 Porsche. And P10 to round off the top 10 is Mattia Nocentini for MR Rapardo coaching. This is the sister team to the other MR Rapardo team in P3 right now. Couple of cars going in the pits. We do see the number 204 driven by Eric in the pits. He's now coming out of the pits though, but he did lose a couple spots. UID plays in the chat asking, where is Arachnid right now? Well, Team Arachnid or Arachnid Racing, I believe they have 2 cars on the track. Let's see if we can find them. I think they're the number 74 and 70. Is it 71 or 76? It's 71. So let's see. 74 and 71. Right now, number 71, driven by Brandon Osterink in P29 right now. Fastest time for them, 219, excuse me, .047. And the sister car driven by Max Brick for Arachnid Racing. This is the 74 BMW, P34 for them. Wes Jones in the chat. Can we get some BSR 274 screen time? Of course we can. Right after we continue watching this battle actually happening right now on our screens, Max Brick starting to get into defensive mode. The number 74 BMW looking into his rearview mirror and seeing the number 414 Ford Mustang get a really good exit right behind him. So alongside now the Ford Mustang goes, maybe even getting a better exit it does. So the Ford Mustang is able to get out in front, and that is the Ford Mustang of Dylan Schmidt. So that puts them in P34 now. Max Brick, unfortunately, going to be losing a spot here. But this may also be towards the end of the stint for Max. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them as well, because they did pit. The number 74 car did pit lap. What lap was this? They've already done 6 pits. Looks to be lap 70. No, excuse me, not 70. Oh, my math is terrible. I'm so sorry. as I get the pin information sent into me. I do see here on my screen, though, that the number 74 has had to have performed one drive-through already. So they are one of the teams that had to have performed the drive-through. And this drive-through could either be because of track limits, could be a penalty, or it also could be just the driver restarting their stint timer. Here for the 24 hours of Spa, we do have a 65-minute stint timer. And what that means is the cars are only allowed on track for a maximum of 65 minutes at a time. So you must go into the pit lane and reset that timer either by driving through the pit lane and going through into the exit, or stopping at your pit box and refueling, getting all the tires and anything that you need. Changing drivers if you'd like as well to reset the timer. If you do not reset your timer, you will be given a hefty penalty. We are going to be moving over to the number 274 right now, being driven by Chase Jones for Baller Squad Racing. P6 for Chase Jones. Fastest time for them, 2:17.550. So that is a pretty fast time around Spa. Elias in the number 615 Ford Mustang for Odyssey Racing League Esports, trying to catch up to Jason Janssens, able to make the overtake. Going alongside, though, bumper to bumper. Oh, is the 615 able to recover? They can. Unfortunately, they're going to be losing the spot because that Ferrari, I don't know if that Ferrari was blue flagged or what happened, but that Ferrari ended up not giving maybe enough of space as they should. So the 900 and the 615 collide. Which they collide at turn 10, Pujon, and unfortunately what that does is pushes 615 off the track. And they almost ate it into the wall, but a great recovery by Elias keeps the car on the track and within the top 20. Hello, EP. Let me know if that's better. The engine sounds have been turned on. However, there may have been something on my end that turned them off. Please as well, in the chat, let us know if you see or hear any other weird things or bugs happening. But you should be able to hear the engine sounds now. 17 minutes. What is wrong with my math? I don't know how to read a clock, huh? 17 hours, 8 minutes left in the 24 hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. My name is Christian Julian, so now you know who the person behind the microphone is who cannot read, write, or spell in their own native language. That's me. Right now on our screens, we are seeing Ballant Bronze trying their very, very best to put Under Fire Racing Team into the top 30. However, Liam Matson is defending as hard as they can. Liam may have heard me. And the commentator's curse may have struck, but the number 577 went off track. And they may be penalized for gaining an advantage here because they went off track. Didn't look like by any contact or so, but it looks like contact almost happening there. Elbows out for both the Ferrari and the McLaren here. The 847 on our screen trying to get into the top 30, almost on the back wheel of the Ferrari. Are they going to be given enough space coming in to turn 10 and 11? It looks like they are, but the Ferrari able to get a lot better grip there along the outside, which is kind of rare, especially in these two cars here. However, going toe to toe, wheel to wheel with the McLaren. We're going to see who wants this position more. Thank you, EP. This is the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. In the simulation game known as Assetto Corsa Competizione. Right now we are watching the number 847 driven by Ballon Bronze for Under Fire Racing Team, now in P29. As we see cars go into the pit stop to join the pit lane party, known as the driver swap dance. I know, says EP. My son is actually driving the car 224. Oh, nice. Well, good luck to them. Dude, the 224 car is in the lead right now. Let's actually talk a little bit about them. Kajpa is in the driver's seat for the number 224 Aston Martin for Simotech Automation. They've also been in the lead for a while now, so they have been able to come out on top after all of the not all of the restarts. We've only had two technically, right? The two restarts that were the safety car restarts at the beginning and one towards the middle of the race, especially one in the first part of the race where we had a little bit of rain. Didn't really deter the number 224, however. So they are continuing on. The Simotech team is only a 3-person team. Right now it is Kajpa in the driver's seat. And if I am saying that wrong, you may and please do correct me in the chat. We do also have Noah Sully Vasquez Rodriguez, excuse me, and Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ritchie as well, the two teammates in the 224, or the two other teammates in the 224. So this is a 3-person team, one of the only 3-person teams. I believe there are 3 other 3-person teams. There is one team that has 2 drivers, and then the rest of the teams have 4 or more. We did not have anybody that tried to do the brave and bold strategy. That is the solo 24 hours, and I don't recommend anyone doing that as well either, because that is such a very difficult thing to do. But something that didn't look very difficult, Wilf Paduano in the number 47 Aston Martin making a move on the inside of Daniel Kitsune. So Daniel going wide there at turn 12. I believe that is the number of the turn. I am incorrect. That is turn 14. That's right after campus turn. Oh, you're right, EP. For 3 driving, yeah, it's going to be a very long night. And hopefully, there is rain in the forecast, but hopefully it doesn't rain during the night, because then it's going to make it so much harder. Night racing is its own specialty. Rain racing is its own specialty. Rain racing at night, I think it's... you need like a super specialist for that. Those are the worst conditions I could probably think of. And it'd be super cold or super hot too, but it's very rare for it to be very hot at night. Even in the deserts, the hottest places in the world, it gets sometimes the coldest in the non-Arctic places at night. But Dry Gamer in the chat, give car 696 some airtime. Sure. Car 696. Let's go ahead and look for them. Car 696 for Valkyra Performance, right now driven by Florian Lacroix. I believe it's Lacroix? Lacroix? It's Lacroix? I think it's Lacroix. Rain is the salt and pepper for a race, says EP. So I'm actually one of those really rare drivers that I like driving at night. So racing at night is also very fun for me. I kind of almost prefer it compared to the day racing. But salt and pepper, that's an interesting take. That's a hot take. I'll say that. But if you meant salt and pepper as in like, yeah, sometimes it's okay to sprinkle in a little bit extra every now and then yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, EP. You're not wrong. I don't know if you all saw that, but you saw the cool flames come out of the side of that Aston Martin as it was going through Lacombs. It was the number 104 Aston Martin to be exact, driven by Kevin Zakara for Stardust Endurance Team. Salt and pepper, we say in Germany, for things that'll bring the different. Okay, all right. That makes sense. You have a special guest in the booth. You cannot see her, but I can. Her name is Chloe. She is a 2-year-old cat, and she will not stop bothering me. So, Chloe, what do you have to say to you for yourself? Okay. Who do you think is going to win? Do you like the red car or the blue car? Excellent answers. Thank you very much. Now, please leave Dad alone. Thank you. A couple of cars entering the pit, so they're going to be losing some spots here, especially if they are on the same lap. Speaking of same lap, right now we have the top 8 cars on the lead lap. That lead lap is 170. So we have taken 170 trips around the bus stop as of right now. I'm curious to see how many laps we're going to get so far. So we're going to make another poll. So right now, we are under 17 hours to go for the rest of the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. So let's say 6 hours to just make it nice. We've done 170 170 laps in 6 hours. That leaves us 18 hours. So how many laps do you think we'll do in 18 hours? Let's make a quick poll. How many laps will the leader finish with? Let's go with... I'm gonna make it... let's go minus 500. 500. Or plus 500. So how many thinks we're gonna have less than 500 total laps in the 24-hour race? About 500. Or more than 500. Actually, you know what? Let's go like 1599. So we'll make it anywhere between 500 is one. We'll go like this. All right. So we have another quick little poll. How many laps do you think the leader will finish with? Oh, I'm gonna put under. That's under 500. Around 500. Or more than 500. So like 600 something. Put that poll up there for you. We'll leave that up there for a while. We do have an incident that happened. This is the number 9 car. Let's see what happened there to the number 9. Do you see the number 9? That is the Ferrari along the left-hand side. We do see a damaged BMW along the inside now. Both cars coming along the 2 right-handers. Do they collect? They do. A little bit of elbows out for that BMW. And that elbow may have collided with one of the back corner paddles of that Ferrari. We have our top 5 drivers starting to get into the pits. Francesco Casali, Mattia Calendini entering the pits. Florian Lacroix also in the pits. Wilf Paduano leaving the pits by the looks of it. So that's going to be changing up the standings of the top side of the tree. We're going to be keeping an eye on the number 224 though, because they are the leader and they are probably going to be entering the pits pretty soon. Unless they decide to stay out and go for that undercut. We're gonna look more into the standings and where they are after all of the pit stops have completed. We are getting close to that time where the drivers are gonna start getting close to that stint timer. So they're gonna have to go into the pits to either reset the timer or to go in there and complete an actual pit stop. See the Ford Mustang of the Odyssey Racing League esports team inside the pit lane. This is a double-sided pit lane. This is the endurance layout, if I remember correctly, the name of the actual layout. So the pits do not start until the downhill section over here on this side, but the entrance is on the opposite side. So very interesting for Spa. Probably one of the only things I don't like is just the way that the pit lane works. So the poll, a poll update, it has changed. I believe around 500 laps was winning. Right now, it looks to be more than 500 laps, like 600 plus is what the chat is predicting for the race leader to finish with the total lap count. That is crazy. 600 laps. Oh my goodness. I cannot even imagine. Well, I mean, I've done it once before. We've done it like... Yeah, these guys might do it, right? They don't have to do all 600 by themselves. As we do see on our screen, oh, that's the purple deluxe BMW. Still with that front end damage. This is Kevin Wetzel. The camera person decided to change though, so now we are moving on to Cedric Duke. The number 992 Porsche for Swiss RC. So I'm going to assume This is a big assumption here, so bear with me, race fans, that the team is full of Swiss drivers, if they are called Swiss Racing Club. The leader is in the pit. You are right, EP. The leader has entered the pit lane, and they did have a pretty good cushion on the rest of the field. However, the number 13 in P2 is also in the pit lane, so that's going to be a pit lane battle for them. Keeping an eye though on the number 164. They're coming to Blanchimont now, so the leaders may be able to get out of the pits before it does. Yeah, we can see it. The number 224 is leaving the pits, so the race leader is able to stay out ahead. As we do see the number 13 still in the pits though. Yellow flag, a caution flag for the 224. They're coming out into traffic, but I don't think that's going to be too much of a difference, as we see the number 164 crossing the finish line now, and potentially take the P2 spot away from the number 13, who is still in the pit lane and is taking a really long pit stop. That's almost 100-second pit stop, so almost 2 minutes long. They are out now. The number 13, a 76-second pit stop. Seems about right for a full tank, tires, and the driver swap. So Abe Santema in the number 13 for 0 Point Racing. Actually, now it seems to be Luke Addison now in the car. So we're having that driver change bug as well here on our screens. But it is Luke Addison. Oh yeah, so it's working now. So Luke Addison, the number 13 Ford Mustang for 0 Point Racing, now in P4. Ladris Iverson for 0 Point Racing, the 0 Point Racing teammate, P3. So the 0 Point Racing teammates, P3, P4, they're trying to get both of their teams on the podium. However, Mattia Calendini for MR Reparto Corchin and Noah Sullivan Vasquez Rodriguez are occupying the top steps of the podium as of now. So them and their teams are standing in the way of the double podium for the 0 Point Racing teammates. Luigi Luongo for MR Reparto Corchin, P13 for the number 165 Aston Martin. They are the teammate of the P2 car right now. A little bit farther behind, but not out of the contention yet. So the number 224 Aston Martin, being on the lead lap, was able to do a full pit stop, 74.5 seconds. So a little bit quicker than some of the other drivers. However, they were still able to stay 30 seconds ahead of P2. So that is a sizable gap between P1 and P2. So the number 224 car is probably feeling pretty good about their positions and where they're at right now in the race. However, 16 hours, 39 minutes left. Anything can happen in an endurance race. So with all of the pit stops out of the way, we can now talk about... Actually, a pass just happened. It happened off screen, but let's see if we can bring it onto our screen. Wilf Paduano for Sky Sim Sport in are able to take P14 away from Gregory Coronet. Let's see if the battle continues on. 1 or 2 spots ahead, Yanni Skrepka is having to defend against Luigi in the number 165 Aston Martin. But we were watching the battle between the all-white Aston Martin and the triple BMW colored, or the I believe that's not WRT team, is it? The BMW colors? What's the name of that team? Oh my goodness, it's not just also BMW, or maybe it's just BMW Performance. Those colors, but they are similar colors to that. If it is the team colors, I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna call it the team colors. But we are right now looking at the fastest car on the track, the all-white number 47 Aston Martin. Fastest time on track, 2:16.867. That is blazing fast if you've never driven a lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. We're really quickly looking at your top 10. Noah Sullivan, Vasquez Rodriguez for Simotech Automation P1, Mattia Calendini for MR Reparto Coaching P2, Ladris Iverson P3 for 0 Point Racing, P4 Luke Addison 0 Point Racing teammate in the Ford Mustang Brim. Let's go with Brim Mraita. Mraita? Is the J silent? I don't know. I'm so sorry. And I will continue on. I do apologize to the number 132. In P6, Timothy Flamger for Baller Squad Racing. P7, Jake Finn for Please Break Turn 1. P8, Russell Harrell for Noobs R Us. P9, Leonardo Grigis. The 999 AMG is in the pit lane though, so he's going to potentially be losing a couple of spots to some of the drivers coming up. We do see Robin Schultz. Rounding off the top 10, the number 69 Porsche going through La Source. Are they going to be able to beat out the 999? They are, by the looks of it, as the 999 enters into the pit lane and stops at their pit box. We're going to be moving over to the Lexus here, who is catching up to Mattia. A quick announcement as well. This was handed to me over by the admin team, but the team here at ORL has heard all the concerns from the teams in today's race due to the unfortunate circumstances of the ongoing bugs on this track, resulting in some teams unable to change their drivers. So the driver change bug that we were talking about earlier, unfortunately some teams have been unable to continue racing due to that bug, and that bug only at no fault of anyone except for the server, basically the game itself. But we wanted to do something to remedy the situation so that you do not feel like your entry fee was wasted. We have decided as an admin team here at Odyssey Racing League to promise any teams that have participated in today's event will get 50% off our next paid endurance race or paid event. So there was an entry fee for the drivers for tonight's race, or today's 24-hour race. I believe it was, oh my goodness, it was $15 USD or $21 CAD or Canadian dollars. So that was the entry fee for each team. However, due to the unfortunate circumstances of today's bugs that have happened for today's race, we have decided as an admin team to give 50% off to our next paid race endurance or paid event. We do know it's not a refund or a huge amount of money, but we want to ensure we are doing the right thing for the community, and especially for you, the racers. We know, especially as well as an admin team, we are also racers, and it's a huge bummer when we practice and especially spend time, and even while in the race, have to back out and retire because of unfortunate circumstances. In this case, the driver swap bug. So we do want to also especially make something clear, is that all of our races and events, our paid races and events, are not for profit. All of the money that we make, it goes directly back into the prize pool and into server costs. The only stipulation that this 50% off for the next endurance race will have is that you must sign up as the same team name as the race for today. So with our next event, if you are here and you sign up for the next race, you must sign up under the same name and you will be given a 50% discount. If you have any more questions, please ping an admin in the ACC general chat in the Discord. That's the Odyssey Racing Discord. You can find us at discord.gg/Odyssey Racing League. And we can give you more questions there. Thank you again, everyone who has showed up to our event, whether you are participating or watching from the comfiness of your house. Thank you so much for joining us. With that as well, that is gonna be a quick stretch break. So that is your stretch break and your hydration check. Please take a couple sips of water if you haven't already. Take a nice little stretch as the battles and action continues to happen and unfold on our screens. The number 14 Lexus for 0 Point Racing, driven by Lardis, trying to catch up to the Aston Martin, trying to advance the position of 0 Point Racing up into P2. Mattia Calandini in front. So we're going to be watching this battle very closely. Along the inside, Lexus tries to make a move into the braking zone. Does it happen? It does. Along the inside he goes. Pushes Mattia along the outside. Tries to make them go the farthest way around. And the Lexus able to make the move stick. Now moving up into P2, the number 14 Lexus for 0 Point Racing. However, Mattia Calandini not letting that pass go without an answer. The number 164 Aston Martin looks to have gotten a relatively clean exit there coming out of Radion. So now coming onto Kemmel Straight, who is going to be able to get there first, the Lexus or the Aston Martin? It does look like it's going to be the Lexus. So we're going to see if the number 14 can stay ahead. Hello, No Commentary Zone. Hello, Valcro Performance. Thank you for joining us for your first event. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We want to make sure that this is not only your first event, but you'll have many more events to come here at Odyssey Racing League. Andres Espinosa, dang, not a Ferrari in sight. You are right. I have not seen... Oh, actually, there were a couple of Ferraris. I believe one had to have backed out. I know there is one or two other Ferraris in the field, but they may not be in the top half of the standings like we're looking at. Let's actually look down farther and see if we can see a Ferrari. Yes, we actually can. We do see two Ferraris, one of them in P29. That's number 577 Ferrari, driven by Liam Madsen for Team Nuller Esport. And a couple of other Ferraris. We do have Q Robert, that is Quinton Robert for OSRT. And then our last Ferrari, it is Jorge Cortez, the number 42. Actually, no, we do have another one. Jorge Cortez, the number 9 Ferrari for Kimotiso Niders. And then Jean Cobos for Akogan Race Team. So we do have a couple Ferraris on the track. They're just probably not where you expected them to be. Chad McLean, I refuse to drink water. Well, that's not good for you. You're made up of like 70% water or something. So you kind of need it. Maybe that's why I can hear your kidney screaming from here. I mean, technically, Valkra, anything that you drink can be toxic if you drink too much of it. Yeah. I've heard of people, and you can see this, and I think I've learned this in like pre-nursing school or like pre-medical school. You can basically drown on dry land by drinking too much water. You drink so much water that your cells basically just burst. But it has to be a crazy amount of water, though. It has to be like gallons and gallons and gallons of water. Not the case with coffee. No, coffee's pure. It's boiled. Coffee is the purest liquid that you can drink. All hail coffee. I am, just for y'all to learn a little bit more about myself, my family comes from the Dominican Republic, so we have a lot of coffee places. I don't want to say, what's it, like, not coffee farm, what's it called? I guess a coffee farm? Yeah, we do have some coffee farms there, so we make our own coffee, and it's probably the most delicious coffee you'll ever have. So if you ever get a chance, get your hands on some Dominican coffee. You won't regret it. But also coffee, growing up, I wasn't really much into coffee. I mean, I learned to drink it as I grew up, and I got a I got a cubicle desk job, like a corporate job. So I did drink a little bit of coffee here and there, but I still, like, I don't know. Like, I'm too addicted to sugar. And coffee, like, for it to taste good, I need to put a lot of sugar, and that's just not good for you at all. Coffee plantation? Okay. I mean, speaking of plantation, there's a lot of plantains that come out of the Dominican Republic too. You all should try those as well. If no one's tried a plantain, let me know. On our screen, we do see the Aston Martin of Luigi Luongo trying to catch up and knock down the door of the top 10. Right now, it is Christian Magier keeping him out of the top 10. However, we do have a special guest back in the studio, Mr. Richard Hartnett. Welcome back. It's totally okay. I forgot to lock the door, so you can come in. You're allowed in. Get in here. I forgot to put the sign that says no one allowed, like keep out, with the backwards K. I forgot to write it. I'm sorry. I ran out of crayons. None, actually. I don't really drink that much coffee. Like, dude, I don't know if you heard, but like, I only drink, if it's not full of sugar, like if it's not the sugariest coffee, I only drink one kind of coffee, and it's Dominican coffee. And I have to make that myself. And I'm way too lazy to make it myself right now. So right now, it's Red Bulls. It's all Red Bulls. Not a little, maybe a medium.
I'm not in the chat, by the way. People can't hear me.
How about now? It should be better now. Chad McLean, thank you for letting us know. But Richard and I were just talking about some coffee, and he was asking me how many pots of coffee I have drank. I let him know 0. It's mostly Red Bulls that are keeping me alive right now. Red Bulls and the salad that I had earlier.
The salad. That's my food that you're eating there.
The chicken Caesar salad. It's good for the soul. It's good for your belly too.
Yeah, absolutely. So interesting race so far. We still have quite a few drivers out there. Things are going well. How's it been for the chat and the stream?
It's been going very well. Right now we have a poll in the chat to see what the amount of laps the chat will think that the lead driver will finish on. And I have 3 options. I have less than 500, around 500, or more than 500. So like 600 plus. Anything that's within 500 to like 599, 598, I consider that 500, right?
Got it.
Right now, it's 50-50 between 500 and more than 500.
So sans safety car, you could definitely hit 600 plus. But because the safety car essentially doubles the lap time or more, and sometimes you could spend like 5 minutes doing a lap in the safety car, that really can cut it down. You could almost lose like 3 laps per regular lap time. So it's actually a good gamble, but it's definitely over 500. That's without question. Because we're at 183 and we're 8 hours into it.
Something that we also have to think about, Richard, is that we had a little bit of rain earlier today. So we had about an hour, maybe an hour and a half of rain. So that did also affect some of the lap times. And since the start of the race was a little bit staggered due to the safety car at the beginning, it might be a little bit more different than we're thinking.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't know, but definitely I'd say over 500 for sure. Anyone who's voting under 500, I think you gotta reconsider your mathing abilities.
It's okay, because there's no one. No one has voted under 500.
Okay, good.
I think I was probably the only one thinking that it'd be under 500. I'm like, maybe like 490, 499.
Which school did you go to in elementary school, so I know not to go there?
Yeah, it was a public school here in Texas. So yeah, don't don't do it. Public education in the United States, state of Texas. I think we rank like, how many states are there?
50 and a half.
56, right? We're like 59th in education. I know I'm joking. It's 100% a joke.
It's like Ralph. We fail English? That's impossible. Anyone who doesn't know that reference, you're either too young or you haven't watched The Simpsons.
Crazy enough, they're like, what, season 30?
I don't even know, man. Can't keep track of that. Cannot keep track of that.
I remember seeing a commercial on TV where it was like, Simpsons season 25. And I was like, wait a second, what? 25?
Yeah, older, or as like old as like we are.
I'm not gonna say much older, right? But yeah, older than me.
So we got 40 cars, or 38 cars left if we don't count the 2 safety cars. And something that I learned because I haven't done any safety car driving because I haven't needed to.
Mm-hmm.
But if you leave a car in the pit untouched for a significant amount of time, it slowly moves, very slowly. So at one point we were just sitting there after about 2 or 3 hours of the race, and we found out my car went from where its pit box is and drifted itself into like the main pit laneway. which is very interesting. So, yeah.
So the rotation of what you're saying is the rotation of the Earth is pushing your car to the middle of the track or to the middle of the pit lane to not allow other drivers out. So what you're saying, the race is done. Okay, all right, we're out of here. All right, we're done.
Yeah.
We can go home.
Race is done.
Y'all can have a great rest of your night. Yeah, shut it down.
Hours.
Shut down, and then just everyone go home. We'll announce the winners tomorrow sometime.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the safety car thing is actually working out, and I hate to say this because I do not wish people get into incidents and get into crashes. I really don't want people to ruin their races. I don't want crashes. However, the safety car thing is really working out well, and people are, the 2 times it's been pulled out, people have been very good about following the instructions. And it makes me feel good that we could do it again in the future. We used to run a safety car back in like season 5 or 6, so this is like over 2 years ago, and it was an absolute disaster. People had no idea what was going on, they didn't listen, they got confused, but now it's like squeaky clean, well lubricated machine. So I thank all the drivers for being so easy going about it and being so quick to adapt. Last safety car was 1 lap, which is way less than I thought it would need to be.
That was actually a pretty quick safety lap, as we do see. Oh my goodness, that was almost a double murder. The 696 BMW getting bumped, or basically ejecto-citoed at the bus stop there. They went off into the grass, tried to rejoin in the middle of the bus stop, almost taking out the 165. However, both cars came out relatively unscathed, so that's pretty lucky for the number 165.
Yeah, this is there's no shortage of excitement, and in the back end too, we just keep monitoring the race to see if there's any issues, and there's lots of battles happening all across the track. Even though it's a 7-kilometer long track, 38 cars seems to do a pretty good job at filling the space and keeping a lot of action for all of us to watch. 618 is off, and seems to be waiting for a rejoin.
Unfortunate, yeah. So right now we are on board with the number 23 Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2, driven by Artem Boskovsky for Speed Stars. Quick question, Richard. Have you watched Initial D by chance?
A long time ago.
So my question for you is Speed Stars a reference to Initial D?
I don't think there was...
I feel like there was I thought there was like something Speed Stars or Speedsters. Oh, it might be Speedsters. I might be wrong.
It was the Red Sun.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm like in my own head about this. But yeah, that just reminded me about that. I apologize. But speaking about animes and stuff, so Richard, do you want to guess how many seasons
you're right.
there are?
Akina Speed Stars. You're right.
Oh,
right.
Wow. Okay. I'll take that one as a win under my belt. I'll put that right there. Boom. I was in a little notch. But quick question, Richard, do you want to guess how many seasons there were of the Simpsons, or how many there are right now?
Oh, I have no idea. Is it like 33?
You're really close. 36. That's 790 episodes of The Simpsons.
Oh my gosh. That's way older than me.
Yes. Now, there's actually a show that has been going on longer, and I want you to guess how many episodes. So this is
it South Park?
No. It's a anime or manga called One Piece. You may or may not have heard of it.
I have heard of it many times. I did not know it was a long-lasting show. I thought it was like a couple seasons.
No.
I don't do anime.
Right now, from my understanding, I'm going to try to get you a list of the episodes, but they are well into the 1000s.
I wouldn't be able to guess.
So the original run started in July 22nd of 1997. I believe that is the manga, though. So that is the book. If we look into the TV series, the anime from 1999 until now. Dang, dude. Chad McLean in the chat, 1400-ish is what he's saying so far.
There's a safety car on the track. Safety car.
And with that, we do have
slow down 200 kph.
the safety car
blast.
being sent out. Richard Harknett being called to the safety car. Thank you for joining us, Richard. As we did hear the ringing of the bell of the safety car. We're going to be waiting for them to get out on track. Our favorite safety car driver, Dan Edwards, out on the track. The number 2 safety car, to be exact. Let's get a look at that beautiful livery there.
847, just go past the safety car. You guys do not need to use pit limiter.
So, Chad McLean letting me know that One Piece is at 1,400-ish episodes. That is crazy. I'll tell you what, Chad. It took me one summer, so 3 months, to get up to like episode 100 and something. And then I quit. I quit it. It was too much. Like, I like watching TV and movies and shows as much as the next person, but 1,000 episodes? Like, this is also at the time when I started watching a little bit of it, it was about to hit 1,000. Now they're at 1,400? Oh, dude, no. I'm sorry. I can't do it. It's way too much.
May overtake, 749 may overtake, 19 may overtake,
Right now we are
23, 204, and 141 also may overtake, and 153 and 104.
1,400 so far, and the creator says he's halfway done. At this point, it's not even the one piece; it's the 1,400 pieces. Or by the time he's done, it's probably going to be like 1,700 pieces. Or it's probably going to be like the last episode, and it's going to be like the One Piece is
74 may overtake.
all the friends we made along the way. That's the true One Piece. After 1,500 episodes, I would blow a gasket.
69 may overtake.
So we are going to keep an eye on the safety car and the leader
427,
as the rest
788
of the
may
cars
overtake.
are being let go
117 may
from
overtake.
behind of the safety car to overtake. We're going to go to a quick broadcaster break, and we'll be right back with some more action after the safety car is over.
Car 117, you may overtake the safety car now.
.901 may overtake. Next. 165 may overtake. 391 and 70 may overtake. 999, 577 may overtake. 847 may overtake. This will be a 2-lap safety car, by the way, guys. We won't rush it like last time. 777 may overtake. .900 may overtake. 749, 19, 23, 204, and 141 may overtake. .53 and 104 may overtake. .427 may overtake. 71 may overtake. 96 may overtake. .414 may overtake. 992, 117, 696, 148, 10, and 788. Please do not overtake each other. Stay in single file. Overtaking cars may go at race pace to go around the track. .117, 788, 10, 901, and 618 may overtake. .577, 847, 777 may overtake.
.777, you could overtake the safety car.
Number 10, 153 may overtake. .153, 104, and 788 may overtake. .74, 427, 391, and 71 may overtake. The safety car will be in this lap, by the way, guys, just giving you a heads up. 571, 391 may overtake. '96, 19, 414 may overtake.
Car 96, please overtake the safety car. 96.
'992, 148, and 900 as well. '992, 900 may overtake. Reminder, safety car is in this lap. Yes. 117, 70, 901 may overtake. 577, 847, and 777 also may overtake. Alright, the safety car has lifted its pit limiter. You guys can remove your pit limiter and keep pace with the car ahead. 224 is now the pace car. Reminder, there is no overtaking until after the bus stop. 224 may resume racing at any point after the finish line and before the start line. 224 is the leader and the pace car at the moment. Green flag, racing resumed.
Oh my goodness, more technical difficulties, race fans. I'm so sorry, but we're back with the restart of the 24 hours of Spa. Less than 16 hours to go. We did pass that 16 hour, or the 24 minus 16, that's 5, right? That's 8. I'm terrible at math. So 8 hours down. the rest of them to go. A great start by Noah Sully Vasquez. However, now the top 5, even the top, everyone within the top 15, 16 are well within a second of each other after the restart. They did restart single file, so they're not going to be side by side in a side-by-side position. However, whoever gets a better slipstream is going to be able to catch up to the car in front of him a lot faster. Timothy Flaminger, excuse me, in P6, the number 274. Aston Martin for Baller Squad Racing trying to make themselves in the top 5. As we moved on a little bit farther down, Diego Donarte in P8 overall for him. As we do look down, Artem Voskovsky in the Lamborghini. I thought this was a gold-plated Lamborghini. I don't know how it changed earlier. Maybe they ripped off that paint. It was like a paint protective film. Or there may be another Lamborghini that I just wasn't really paying attention to. And if I didn't, I'm very sorry. But Artem Volkovsky moving up a spot. Wilf Paduano moving up a spotlight as well. Leonardo Rodriguez as well, because that is unfortunate. Luigi Luongo getting the tail end of the stick there. So the number 165 has lost a couple spots. It has been relatively clean so far from all of the drivers and the teams out on the track. We've only had maybe 2 or 3 actual safety cars that have been deployed. And usually, in all honesty, usually it's a lot more, especially here at Spa. Since it's a track a lot of drivers are familiar with. It's a track that a lot of drivers will try to bite more than they can chew, and sometimes that does end up causing incidents. However, not today. It's been relatively clean from everyone. Artem Volkovsky being pressured by Wilf in the number 20 Aston Martin, coming into Pujon and able to make the move stick out of turns 10 and 11. The number 47 Aston Martin now up into P10. Alebaran Lopez in the chat says we couldn't do the driver change. Frowny face. I do agree with you. So that's going to be a double frowny face from me. That is... It's not fun when we have to deal with bugs. And it's no one's fault. It's literally no one's fault but the game. So we can't do anything about it. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Right now we are keeping an eye on the standings because there are so many cars that are so close to each other, almost going 3 wide into the bus stop. However, the number 47 trying to take as many centimeters as they are given. The number 10 trying to claw his way past the top 10, or past the 10th place and into the higher standings. However, a 30-second time penalty handed out to the number 47, so that is not going to be very good to their overall plan or their ending position in the race. Nice little conga line of cars coming up the hill onto Radion, and now the Kimmel Straight. Do you see the Noobs R Us? Aston Martin trying to make a move along the inside. That is the Aston Martin. Excuse me. We went a little bit too far forward. That's Robin Schultz in the number 69 Porsche having to rejoin the track right in front of the other cars. 2 by 2 the Aston Martins go, trying to make themselves as wide as possible and trying to defend their position as much as they can. Wilf along the outside for Sky Simsport in the white. Aston Martin along the inside. It's Russell Hare for the Noobs Are Us 515 Aston Martin. But behind them, an AMG driven by Leonardo Grigis, Artem Voskovsky in the Lamborghini behind them. Not too far off, less than a second, Luigi Luongo, who's having to defend for his life against Eric Q Yi. All of these cars in a conga line and are going to be able to make multiple passes if any one of the cars in this line make a mistake. You can see every single one of these cars bobbing and weaving their heads in and out of the line, trying to get a better angle where they can dive in and put the front of their car so that they can get space and gain a position. It's very difficult here in some of these turns at Spa, especially these the double fast right-handers of Stavlo, of turns 14, 15 Stavlo, and then coming into Blanchimont, which is a double left-hander, considered a double left-hander. We didn't see it very well, but Artem moving up a spot. Leonardo Grigis moving down. Wilf making the move on Russell Harrell as well. So now moving up into P9, it is Wilf Paduano. P10, Russell Harrell. P11, Artem Voskovsky. P12, Leonardo Grigis. Luigi Luongo still behind them, 1.5 seconds off, making his Aston Martin as wide as possible to make sure that all blacked out and carboned Aston Martin for Eric Q Yi for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Doesn't get a good run, however, a better run by the looks of it, the number 204 Aston Martin is, and along the inside. So that damage that they have on the right side and on a little bit on the left side of the car is not causing too much of a concern for their top speed. So they're able to make that overtake relatively cleanly along the straight. So that moves Eric Yi up into P13, Luigi Luongo moving down into P14. A couple spots more down, Alexander Sop for Team Purple Deluxe, having to give the spot up to Kenneth Race, who is in the Ford Mustang in front of him. That's the Team Trax Racing Ford Mustang specifically. We're going to see them battle it out for as long as possible here. Timothy Flanger for Baller Squad Racing with his eyes set on that back bumper of the number 132 Ford Mustang driven by Brim. Brim along the outside. Timothy just electing to slap behind him, electing to take the easiest route here. 2x2 though, the car's behind him, as I do see one, that's the Porsche of Robin Schultz entering in the pits. So they're going to be losing spots, and down the tree they plummet. As we keep on with the number 274, we get a relatively clean exit out of La Source, going side by side with the power of the American muscle that is the Ford Mustang. Side by side, who wants it more? It may look like the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin is going to have to give it up, and they do. They give it up to the Ford Mustang, but that ends up giving them, by the looks of it, a better exit there. So maybe the V8 of the Aston Martin can keep up with the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang giving a defensive move there and taking a great defensive line along the middle of the track, making Timothy decide whether he wants to go on the left or on the right. Timothy decides to go on the left, which puts him on the inside of the next turn of Lacombe's there and puts him along the outside for the next couple of turns. However, it's going to be giving him a decent amount of grip. Almost 3 wide coming in now. The white Aston Martin of Wilf Paduano along the inside. Maybe a little push, a little shove. However, the Aston Martin, a double overtake for Will there. Wilf, a very nice move by the number 47, the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin, taking names. Or, excuse me, kicking bumpers and taking names. In the chat asking for the number 901. Of course we can. We can get the 901. The number 901 on the screen. Let's see where we can. Where do we see them? Really quickly though, the number 788. This is the battle for P30. Dylan Smith in the second Team Trucks Ford Mustang. Are there two Team Trucks Ford Mustangs? Or am I just seeing double? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna double check. But really quickly, for Soyuz Motorsport, the 788 Aston Martin driven by Evgeny, excuse me. Trying to get into P30. On one part of the timing chart, it does say Oleg Manin, but I do believe it is Evgeny in the driver's seat right now. However, somebody did ask for the 901, and we will deliver. This is Gilbert Martin for OSRT. The number 901 Porsche in P26 right now. Fastest time for them, 2:22.860. Last pit stop, 76 seconds. So around an average time for a pit stop. Actually a little bit on the higher side. Average is around 74 to 73 seconds. 76, a little bit much. However, that may have been due to some damage, because those 76 seconds are the 4 tires and a full fuel tank plus the driver swap. Get some onboard action here from the number 901 as well. The Porsche 992 GT3R, the only GT3 platform that has, or that's considered a rear or mid-rear engine. It's got the engine right on the rear axle. I believe it is it's a 5-cylinder, right? It's a 5-cylinder straight gear cut, naturally aspirated engine, right? I am totally 100% wrong, and all the Porsche fans are going to be so mad at me. But let me try to get that information up for you. Naturally aspirated 4-liter engine. This isn't the GT3 spec, is it? .503 horsepower, 4-liter flat 6. Excuse me, I'm wrong. So it is a flat 6. I don't think it's a flat 5 anymore. It's a flat 6. And we do have a request in the chat for the number 1 car. Funny enough, fun fact for the number 1 car. The number 1 car is actually in dead last. In P39, the number 1 car, the ORL safety car driven by Mr. Richard Harknett. Mr. Richard Harknett, -2 laps under his belt. So not only does he have 0 laps, he has -2. So he has to complete 2 laps just to hit 0. Quick fun fact about Mr. Richard Harknett. He puts the butter in the bowl before the popcorn. Interesting. Interesting. Top 10 may have settled down a little bit, but we are seeing some skirmishes pop up here and there. Less than half a second between the bottom step of the podium and the number 164. However, I am standing corrected. I say stand corrected now, not sit corrected, because I am actually at a standing desk when I am standing now. But that is the number 164 entering the pit lane. So that's going to be the number 47 moving up a spot back into P5 for the Sky Sim Sport Aston Martin. So we are getting news that the driver swap bug is claiming another. Unfortunately, we didn't see it on our screen, but the Odyssey Racing League esports team has had to retire. So the number 615 Ford Mustang has had to retire due to the driver swap glitch. So that leaves us 38 cars on the track eligible if they finish the race. If the race were to finish right now, 38 cars on the track that are eligible for the 2 spots left in the prize pool. We do have a... Actually, I'll let you all see it. In case you all did not know, this is the 24 Hours of Spa hosted by and presented by Odyssey Racing League. There is a 1,000 USD prize pool for split between the top 3 winning teams and 2 randomly selected teams that finish the race will also be added into the split of the top, or into the $1,000 prize pool. Looks like the leaders are starting to pit now. We're starting to get to around that time where the stint timers are starting to end. Yes, so there is 2 Team Tracks Racing Ford Mustangs. Okay, I was right. I'm not going crazy. We're not even halfway through yet. I can't be going crazy yet. I haven't even been awake that long. But speaking about long, before we went through a little break, we were talking about the longest running shows. So, The Simpsons is about 36 seasons in. Like 700 something episodes. There's a anime show or a manga that you can read that's called One Piece that has more than 1,400 episodes out right now in the anime, so that you can watch it on TV or on YouTube or wherever you watch anime, or wherever you watch it now. I used to watch the old anime. I'm not really into the newer ones. However, 1,400 episodes is a lot. So I have a new poll for everybody. So let's actually look at the old poll. Let's end that one right now. So the answer, or the question for the last poll, was how many laps do you think the leader will finish with? Do you think it'll be less than 500? Around 500? So anywhere between 500 to 599, which I probably should have edited that better, so I do apologize. Or more than 500, so like 600 plus. And around 51% of you agreed that the leading car will finish with more than 600 laps, which is a crazy, absurd amount of laps. But it looks like It looks like it's possible, as we also see the leader. So on the top left of our screen, we do see the leader, the number 224, Aston Martin, in the pit lane. And we do have now a new leader, the number 47, Aston Martin, driven by Wilf Paduano for Sky Simsport. And we'll wait for the rest of the pit stops to conclude so that we can talk more about the top 10 as well. But another poll I would like to ask everyone in the chat. Would you watch a show that's more than 1,000 episodes? I don't think I would. Like, is the show that good that you have to watch more, like 1,000 or more? Like, you enjoy it that much? So my answer to my question to you in the chat: would you watch a show that was / was 1,000 plus episodes? Yes or no? You don't have to tell me why. I'm just curious. Yes or no? Would you watch something that's 1,000 plus? Because 1,400, I got to like. For One Piece, I got to like 100 something and then I stopped. I couldn't. There was too much. Forza Abdul in the chat. Hello, I'm new here. Hello, I'm new here. My name is Koju, and you are watching the Odyssey Racing League 24 Hours of Spa. We have 15 hours and 36 minutes left to go. We are in green flag conditions. Starting to the sun is starting to set. It does look like it's going to be dry skies. Little cloudy, but doesn't look like there's a rain cloud in sight. So we're gonna have to wait to see if the nighttime will bring any crazy differences, or if it's gonna be the same old. However, at Spa at night, the temperature does drop, and as we all know, the lower the temperature, it's really hard to get those tires into the correct window. And if you don't have the tires in the correct window, that grip is going to go bye-bye. Thomas Stefan for Salty Mountain Racing, the number 19 BMW. Trying to start some BMW on BMW violence. Michael Quellhorst in the number 696 in front of him. Might have to choose between keeping his eyes on the road in front or keeping his eyes on the rearview camera. Because the BMW of Thomas is getting really close, coming into the braking zone. A defensive move made by the number 696 into the inside. The number 19 going along the outside, pushed maybe off the track there. So having to rejoin the number 19 along the inside in a pretty favorable position and actually making the overtake. So now the number 19 moving up into P7, the number 696 down into P8. The number 696 may have given that position up, because it did look like the number 19 was forcefully pushed off. Like the 696 had enough space. And as we all know, racing fans, you always have to leave it a space. You have to leave it a space. A driver swap bug is claiming so many lives into the 24 hours of Spa tonight. It is very unfortunate to hear. If your team, if you were listening drivers, if you're a part of one of the teams that had to retire due to the driver swap glitch, thank you. I'm very sorry that that happened to you, but thank you so much for being here and joining us for the amount that you were here. Please join us for our next endurance event. There is an announcement posted in the Discord, but any team that participated in tonight's or in today's 24 hours of Spa event, if you sign up with the same team name for our next endurance event, for our next paid endurance event, we'll be giving you 50% off of your entrance fee. A request for the number 901. You have it. The number 901, driven by Gilbert Martin. Actually, into the pits, Gilbert Martin goes. So the OSRT 901 Porsche is going to be taking a quick pit stop. As we follow them down the pit lane into their box, we can talk a little bit about the Spa pit lane. So probably one of the longest pit lanes in existence. Maybe Indianapolis is probably just as long, if not longer. The reason this looks a lot shorter than it does is because it's two pit lanes put together, and you kind of have to do a U-turn to get out of one of the pit lanes and into the other. But we do see the number 901 rejoining onto the track as they are coming through now onto the runoff, as they are able to then slot in safely with the cars that are still racing out on the track. But the Spa, also one of the largest pit lanes, has many, it's like the most amount of pit boxes as well. I believe it's close to 70. I can get you the exact amount of pit boxes in a second. However, I do believe it is 70. I am incorrect. It is 82 pit boxes total. So you can have a total of 82 cars in the pit lane without any of those cars overlapping. So that is a lot of pit lanes and a lot of cars you can get on track. However, right now, 38 cars on track eligible for the final prize, or to be into, or to get, excuse me. I'm going to restart that. 38 total teams are going to be eligible for the drawing at the end of the race to join, or to be part of one of those 2 spots left in the prize pool. There's 5 spots total. 3 of those spots are going to be given to the top 3 teams, or the top 3 placing teams. So P1, P2, and P3 are going to be getting a cut of the 1,000 USD prize pool. And 2 randomly selected teams that finish the race will be also taken out of a drawing and win a part of that prize money. Mohamed is asking, who's leading now? Let's look. Right now, it's actually the number 47, Wilf Paduano for Sky Sim Sport in P1 right now. 15-second time penalty for Wilf, which is interesting to see. They are 5 seconds behind, or 5 seconds, excuse me, in front of Thiago Dinarte, the number 300 Aston Martin. So with that time penalty, that is going to be putting them farther back than they would like. Thiago Dinarte, P2 for the number 300 Aston Martin, all the way to Brazil for Please Break Turn 1. P3 goes to Leonardo Grigis, so far the 999 Mercedes AMG for ATS Corsa Esport. P4 Kenneth Reyes for Team Tracks Racing. That's the 141 Ford for Team Tracks Racing. Alexander Sop for Team Purple Deluxe. In P5, P6, Michael Quellhorst for Velcro Performance. P7, Gaten Cornet. It's the Marlboro Porsche number 148. Artem Volkovsky is in P8, however, he is in the pits, so a couple of the cars passing him will be getting that position now. This is Cash Paul, the number 224 Aston Martin for Simotech Automation, who was leading the race for a good amount of laps, now down into P8. Moving up into P9, Michael Romagnoli, the number 164 Aston Martin, and right behind him, finishing off the top 10, this is the 0 Point Racing Ford Mustang, driven by Cameron Hunt. German manufacturer Violence on our screen. The BMW along the inside, driven by Michael Quellhorst. Gaten Cornet in the number 148 Porsche, almost making contact there on the exit of La Source. However, side by side, the BMW and the Porsche go down into El Rouge and now up Radion side by side. However, the BMW is able to get out in front. It looks like the Porsche gave it up. However, now at the exit into Radion and through the Kimmel Straight, the Porsche is getting what looks to be a good lead here. Defensive move along the inside. The number 148 goes. The BMW tried to get behind them to get a slipstream. However, the Porsche moves out of the way to break that slipstream to make sure that BMW can't make an overtake into the next couple of turns. Gaten Cornet now in P6. Michael Quellhorst, P7. Jaden in the chat. Car 141 did go from P17 to P4. Oh, wow. Kenneth Reyes, the Team Tracks Racing Ford Mustang, up 23 spots. You are right. They are up 23 spots total. They started P27. They are now P4. Couple of cars going through the blue flag traffic. We still have as well the leader of the amateur drivers. That is Gaten Cornett, the number 148 in P6 overall, however, leading the AMs. Right now, your leader, Wilf Paduano, the number 47 Aston Martin, is still with that 15-second time penalty. 205 laps up the hill they've gone so far. 15 hours, 20 minutes left in the race. They've been going around this track for 8 hours so far. Still got 14 more to go. CP Greeny subscribed to the channel. Welcome, CP Greeny. Thank you for your subscription. Victor Hugo, thank you very much for subscribing. I do apologize if I've missed your subscription from earlier. I do get a notification sound, but it's very, very low. And I've cranked that up to the maximum, but for some reason I just can't hear it. So if I did miss your subscription, I do apologize. Thank you so much for subscribing. Moving over to the number 274, who did have a contact flag there. We can see the scratches and scars of battle on the Baller Squad Racing Aston Martin here in front of us. Trying their hardest to catch up to the number 23 Lamborghini in Evgeny Gemov. Fastest time on track still being held onto by the number 224 Aston Martin. P8 overall for them. That is Kaj Paul in the car right now. Holding on to that purple crown known as the fastest lap on track. 2:16.667 for them. Only a handful of drivers, less than a handful of drivers are within the 2:16s. That would be P9, the number 164 car, driven by Michael Romagnoli, 2:16.982. And then the leader of the race, Wilf Paduano, the number 47 Aston Martin, 2:16.745 for them. So those are the only three cars that are within the 2:16 range. So those are the only cars in contention for that purple crown. You do see Ferrari entering the pits. That is the Ferrari of Angel Barrios. That's the number 10 Ferrari. Let's check in on the pole. Would you watch a show that was 1,000+ episodes? 67% of you say no. 33% say yes. I see we have some scholars in the chat. Some gentlemen, gentlewomen, and scholars. Excuse me, I believe the correct term is gentle lady. It's not gentleman. I'm so off. I'm so sorry. All three of these cars fighting for position. The Lamborghini of Evgeny in the front. In the middle, Leonard in the number 69 Porsche. And then Timothy Lamger in the number 274 Aston Martin for Baller Squad Racing right behind him. Again, racing fans, in case you somehow forgot, you are watching the 24 Hours of Spa presented by Odyssey Racing League. You have a 1,000 USD prize pool for the top three the top three placers of the race, as well as 2 randomly selected cars are part of the finishing group of cars that will also be added into that prize pool and take a chunk of that 1,000 USD home with them. A quick reminder as well, we are also getting close to that time again where we are going to have to be switching over the broadcast. The broadcasters are going to be stepping away for a moment to get the next stream or broadcast set up. So all you will have to do is refresh the YouTube page, the Odyssey Racing League YouTube page, and you will see the new stream up and ready to go as soon as this one goes down. The broadcasters are going to step away for a moment, and they'll be back to let you know when the new stream will be coming up. Don't go anywhere. As well, don't be afraid to answer that poll in the chat. Would you watch a show that was or / is 1,000 episodes? Yes or no? Let me know in the poll in the chat. Don't go anywhere. The broadcasters are going to do a quick pit stop, and we'll be right back out on the track with more action for you. I swear, I do not know who hired the pit crew. But they constantly just keep taking longer and longer for the pit stops. The broadcasters are back in the booth. We are on the track with the number 749 BMW, driven by Flo Hector. Oh, we do have a Ford Mustang taking a little bit of a snooze there in the grass.
Everyone slowed down to about 100 kilometers an hour.
We have a safety car being called. And that is the official Odyssey Racing League.
Safety car, everyone slowed down to about 100 kilometers an hour, please.
Safety car being called out.
No overtaking at this time. Looks like 224 is the leader.
Since the safety car is out, we're going to be going to a quick broadcaster intermission as well. We are also getting very close to that timer, specifically 15 minutes left before we're going to have to restart the stream. So I will also let you know that might happen during the safety car. So hopefully it does. Actually, we might as well do it during the safety car so that we won't have to do the restart during the live race. So we're going to do actually a quick restart. Don't go anywhere. Please refresh the stream. If the stream does not restart automatically, please go to the Odyssey Racing League YouTube channel, youtube.com. Find us at youtube.com/Odyssey Racing League, and on the front page of our YouTube page, you will see part 3. That's going to be the new part, or the new name of the stream that's going to be up right now. As you do see, the safety car is out on the track. And I believe that is a safety car driven by our very own Mr. Dan Edwards. Big shout out to Mr. Dan Edwards, our safety car driver. Okay, racing fans, we're going to restart the stream. Please don't go anywhere. All you have to do is restart or hit the refresh button, and the stream should start back up. If it does not, for whatever reason, just hit the channel name, so Odyssey Racing League.
You can speed past the safety car and catch up.
And you will be able to see the new stream start up. So thank you for joining us. So far, 14 hours and 50 minutes left in the Odyssey Racing League. 24 hours of Spa. We'll be right back with part 3.
Pit limiter on the safety car now.